play Pathfinder. Oh, so great. Hang on. Picture. Sailor there now. That's pretty cool. Hey, wait. What if I bend your ear about something? Olivia is outside your door, leaning casually against the shelf. So, here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission. I get that, and I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. Do you want me to stay here inside the tavern? You what? No, your task is far too important. You just can't hold up here all cozy like, waiting for the demons to knock on the door. You need to take the fight to them. If those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? So if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile, got it? When do you think demons will attack? Your guess is as good as mine. You might not be here, you could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and we're going to push them back hard. If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. If you've got any business that needs taking care of, you'd better do it soon. Everything seems clear so far. What else do you wish to discuss? So, the rift that damn beetle left with its scythe, yeah, well it cut the city into two, and it's kinda difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them tried to make sure. But if you've got a mind to go across, I think you're gonna have to eventually. You might want to give the square once over. Okay, thank you for the warning. See you later, Nevia. Later, watch yourself out there. Level up then. So, what do you want to do now? Good idea. Persuasion. One character. And Magic Magic. Now, I'm not going to get superior summoning now. It's best once I get to level 4. So I'll get superior summoning at level 5. And use spell specialization. A precise shot, point blank shot again, precise shot. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. Point blank shot and then precise shot. What's the possible ones? Back to here. Possible feats. Point blank. Shot and precise shot. requires point blank shot. No penalties for ranged attacks on melee enemies. Higher hit chance. Ranged attacks. I think that's what it means, right? +1 high hit chance and damage from ranged weapons within 30 feet. Close. Close up. To close enemies. Chance. Damage of range attacks against close enemies. There are no penalties for range attacks on melee enemies. I am gonna get spell specialization. In summoning. They last longer, and then probably magic missile. There's also magic weapons, good buff on my pet, on dog, or that. Protection from alignment, so good armor buff on my pet. Really good for myself now. Then dog. Dexterity. Your trip chance is trip ability and then charge ability. Ooh. We start off with a only knocks the enemies back though, you don't do much. You don't do any damage. So evasion, and so perception, and mobility. Now, weapon focus, fight. What we do as a teamwork feats as well. Says, can you get mythic weapon focus? Mythic weapon focus. Gonna want to get penetration strike though. damage reduction, or 10 damage reduction. Gonna need that to help against demons. Bite. Increased hit chance. And biting. Greater weapon focus mythic. So dog. Because bite. Also get greater weapon focus. Bite, yeah. And mythic weapon focus? Can dog and get mythic abilities? Was that just from my main cat? I'm not sure how the mythic stuff works yet. Increase bite. Spike hit chance, I assume that as well. Chance now 6 right now. Other +1 weapon focus bite. Right, so yeah, 6 plus 5. Quite low. Already got +7. He's already got +9. Heroism. Oh, I've still got buffs on that. Heroism +2. Radiance +1. What's Radiance?
The road awaits. I'm gone.
Hello, Camellia. Camellia looks at you. Looks you over pensively, toying with a snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings! Seems for a moment that the girl wants to say something else, but the pause grows too long, and she slips back into a cautious silence. Amulet's quite unusual. Where did you get it? Ah, my little trinket. Nice of you to notice. But I assure you, this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? You don't belong in my party. Straight away, off the bow. What the hell? Well, speech tells me you have naval bird. Camellia laughs a practiced musical laugh as she watches you from under lowered lashes. You're most insightful, a fine quality to have. Camellia's laughter ends and unspoken words hang in silence. Nothing wrong with being a noble. We were not born equal. Fine quality to have. The hell, lady? Knows this? Still, I believe that being a noble bird does not give anyone the right to look down on others. That's so. Well, thank you for sharing your opinion with me. Don't worry about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Camellia arches a dainty brow. A dainty? What? I talk to the spirits of this tormented land and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me in this matter. Isn't that sufficient? When did you learn to wield a rapier so well? I had good teachers. Though I don't get all the credit, I am a most diligent student. Camellia licks her parched lips. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversations, the spirits are calling me. I must respond. Please excuse me. Camellia turns away, watching around the corner of the arch. The spirits call me. I think they're the wrong spirits, Camellia. They're not the spirits you're looking for. Thornton, you obliterated those weird mechanisms on you in my body. Thornton Vane. The dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the grey garrison. Name's Thornton Vane. You've heard rumours about me. His face, which looks like he's never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. People say about you. They say I'm a traitor, as bad as Arilu Warlish, that I'm a disgrace, even among the ranks of the condemned. That Queen Gulfrey should never have spared me, that I belong on the gallows. Arilu Warlish? Hardly any name arouses so much rage among the Crusaders as the name Arilu Warlish, a Sarkorian witch who initiated the opening of the world wound and then made it expand. Almost nothing is known about her life before the atrocity, except that Arilu was condemned for using arcane magic, which was persecuted in Sarkoris, and imprisoned in the Tower of Threshold near the city of City of Eyes? This is where Arilu conducted the ritual that paved the way for demonic invasion, and left her land to be tormented by the demon lord Didascari. In some mysterious way, the witch transformed herself, turning from a regular human into a half-demon. Over the following century, Crusaders only encountered Arilu or the results of her experiments a few times, but learned nothing more of the Didascari's henchwoman. She holds a high position in the ranks of the Army of the Abyss, and holds the title of World-Wound Architect. Magic is persecuted. Arcane magic is persecuted. Tower of Threshold. City of Eyes. Condemned is a military unit made up of petty criminals, conscripted as disposable soldiers and frontline fodder in the Mendevian Crusade. Queen Gulfrey, the absolute monarch of the Crusader state of Mendev and leader of the Mendevian Crusades. While today the name of the Crusader Queen is known throughout the Inner Sea region, it's easy to forget that Gulfrey did not start her rule of Mendev as a paladin of Iomedae, but rather of Araday. When the world wound opened and forever changed Mendev, Gulfrey was still an untested young ruler who was forced to deal with the death of her god, Araden, while simultaneously rallying her nation against the abyssal threat to the west. She rose to the challenge, however, and her leadership was instrumental of the next several years, not only in protecting Mendev from demonic invasions, but also in holding the border against the world wound. When the Church of Iomedae organized the First Crusade, it joined forces with Mendev to push back the demon armies. During these battles, Gulfrey time and time again distinguished herself with a keen grasp of tactics and skill at leadership. But this inspiration went both ways. In the Church of Iomedae, Galfrey found something to replace her lost faith. By the time the First Crusade ended with the apparent defeat of the demon armies, Galfrey had converted and become a worshipper of Iomedae, and had completely retrained herself as one of the Inheritors' most devout paladins. Eager to retain such a valuable leader at the head of the Crusades, the Church of Iomedae twice purchased and presented to the Queen the rare and expensive Sun Orchid elixir. Twice purchased and presented to the Queen the rare and expensive Sun Orchid elixir, which extends mortal life beyond its usual span. Thanks to this boon, the Queen has lived and led the Crusaders for more than a century. What? I want this elixir. Get demons. That's my only goal in life now. Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know? Staunton gives you a long, morose look, then sighs. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holed up in the fortresses on the edge of the worldland, instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, the mighty unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it until it fell, and all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried. They wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done. So that's how I live, decade after decade, fighting in the condemned. The dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I have fixed nothing, and I have earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit in my face too? It wouldn't surprise me. Evil, spit in his face. Look, you were given the chance to live, so live. Stop blaming others for what you've made of your life. Everyone forgiveness. Thank you. From the depths of my soul, I thank you. I haven't had hope for a long, long time. The whole city fell because of you. How is that possible? What do you mean, how? The night glares at you from beneath his lowered brows. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else. Like my little brother Joran. If you still don't believe it, what's it to me? If you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You don't have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I was completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the condemned console themselves by thinking, I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. Commander Tirabade seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She's had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason in this farce. So many years in the condemned, surely you have paid your penance by now. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then in a trembling voice he adds, the condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I have prayed to Torag for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priests. countless times I've kneeled before his altar. If only the father of dwarvenkind would answer my prayers just once, not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I am still one of his children. And it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own god doesn't think I deserve redemption? Oh god, come on, not another dwarf that's like lost his faith in Torag or something. I need to talk to an elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I might find him? The Storyteller? Saunton strokes his beard and thought. A strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking about all sorts of things. Never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. At first I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible. But later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he is alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too. If he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Black Wing. It's a library. Here, I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use a library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. Not blind, but he can still... Storyteller, you'll see the Storyteller again. It's so cool. Touch items. Go on then, maybe we'll see each other again. Hey, wait, we'll see you.
Follow my steps.
August, you'll give me it 2k. Yay! Here, take this. Yes, it's 2,000 coins. Take your payment. Remember that August worm always keeps his word. You helped me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. Now, speaking of our future cooperation, August looked at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your services. What does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabris. I still have, well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside, one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it is in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack. I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Apadar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I would ask that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they have no desire to set foot outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Also, please, do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth, after all. You mean a job for someone like me? For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze, and then lie down drunk in the gutter? Or do you think you're somehow different? A travelling knight, perhaps, naval of heart, without a coin to your name? August sizes you up critically, and then sighs and shrugs. You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those Mongol caves. So why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? You did a perception check. You did. August seems like one of those people who think the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria beneath his smug appearance. It's as though he's really quite nervous, but taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask that you refrain from such statements in the future. August puts his hand on his hips. Oh, really? How impudent. No one dares tell August Werp how to address the rabble. What kind of reward are we talking about, anyway? 1,000 gold coins. Double the reward, diplomacy. Defeated. Well. Shit. I got rolled a 20 out of 1 to 20 dice. Obliterated. Several tense moments pass in silence, and August's face relaxes. Deal. We're gonna all persuasion charisma. Perfect. All there. Marvelous. Most excellent. August's face relaxes, smoothing a few of the tense lines. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand. But do hurry, unless you want me to lower your reward. Bar, a huge ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stared impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate, and one which with its calloused fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with a tankard gleams around his neck. What will it be? Or religion check. The medallion you're wearing, that's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kalian? I'm a tavern keeper, best in the city, the best there's ever been, and I pray to the best god there is. Who are you? The albino slowly takes your measure with his red eyes, and finally with a gentle sigh says, Gimel Hawks, vampire. Are you really a vampire? Gimel gives you a long look of reproach and then grudgingly answers, no. How did you end up in the city? How did anyone end up here? How did you, or them? With a huge hand, the tavern keeper gestures at the ragtag group assembled in the room. The world is big, but still there isn't a place for everyone. If people no longer have a life anywhere else, they end up here. And who's in the city? The albino looks around. There are demons everywhere, and you showed up. Are there any places in the city worth visiting? I mean places that normal people usually stay well away from, and there are plenty. Like the Pitaxian wine cellar. Gimel pauses for effect, like the name of the place alone should make you quiver in fear. Pitax again. Pitaxian wine cellar, what? It once belonged to a Pitaxian trading house. Then King Uraveti came to power in Pitax and property started changing hands. Soon after, the seller's shop assistant was found in a ditch. Not all of him, mind, just his head. Numerian gangsters had taken possession of the place. wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the street, and they ended up on the gallows. Then King Irabetti's number was up, so now the store stands empty and unclaimed. People say that a headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning ghoulishly. Ooh. Okay, dude. After coming to this end of this story, unusually long by his standards, the tavern keeper takes a swig from his tankard. Just don't ask me how he makes any noise with no head. I wasn't there, I just tell it like I heard it. So you're not one for talking. Gimel gives you a long, mournful look and says nothing. What have you got? What have you got? There's potions. 4,000 there. Well, the master what potions we got. Composite longbow, one's A. Composite medium. Add your strength bonus. Do your damage. Plus 1 hit points. Times 3 on a critical hit. You roll a 20 dice on a one. Yeah. And you roll a 20 on 20 dice. That's strength. No, one of each. Which one? Shit. That thing sells for grand. I know it. There's a leather armor. One of each thing now. Until I got my party sorted. Gloves of the noob. Whenever the wearer of these gloves casts a cantrip or a first level spell, the spell deals 1 additional point of damage per dice roll. Dark Omen, if the wearer's ring has the ability to cast spells spontaneously, it grants them the ability to cast the following spells: Ray of Enfeeblement, Scare, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear, and Waves of Fatigue. Food. Potions. We'll buy like all the potions, shall we? Magic weapon primary, magic weapon secondary now. Dark Veil. Once per day, Marine, use this item to grant your party total concealment against ranged attacks for 1 minute. Whoa. 6,400. Your whole party, once per day, totally avoid range attacks for 1 minute. Is that what's concealment do again? Total concealment, 50% miss chance. Whoa. And they can't do attacks of opportunity against you. Against range enemies. Spellcasters. What do you spellcasters as well? It also applies for ranged touch attacks. Ranged targeted attacks. On a specific person. Swarms in this one. That's 750 for 35. Spicy pastry, Mr. P. Practice lockpicks. Whoa! Cost so much. It's all bag of holding. Still £100 away with us. Anyway. Get ring. That other thing here. Saves coming down. Save scum. Save slot. Concealment for the whole party with range attacks. 60 seconds. Damn, that's really good. Just to have it on one person on the tank. Tank once per day. 80% miss chance. Straight away, so we'll do that first. After that, maybe I can get it so
Let's head out.
Found a new recipe, spicy pastry. Yay! Okay.
Let us be careful.
How did the city fall so easy? What were the bloody Paladins doing? I am a day our intercessor. Don't abandon us in our despair. Praise the gods that we didn't all perish. Today we're alive, but what about tomorrow? Jernorg, a young man in well-worn travelling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of a rastil on his chest, is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Your priest. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm chestnut-coloured eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Jernor, servant of Erastil. Pleased to meet you. Your brother, haven't picked the best time to come here? I believe in fate. If I were wound up here in this place at this time, I believe it's for a reason. Perhaps old Deadeye brought me here so I could help a little, so I could heal at least a handful of the wounded. Or maybe, before I start my service in a quiet little village else somewhere, he wanted me to see with my own two eyes what terrible evil exists in this world, and the brave crusaders who protect us from it. What are you doing here? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me as yet. I'm sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal. But there's a reason people say, have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabris. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the Great Southern River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. Wow. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival. I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself. But I ended up staying in the city longer than I'd bargained for. Chili Creek, where's that? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead a dignified burial. And the world wound is a stone's throw away. So I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Canabris, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here, on the bank of the river. The priest marks Chili Creek on your map. Aren't you a young and inexperienced cleric, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. It's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple, but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me, like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world, the young man says with a smile. Maybe even 100, why not? But I don't have time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous, especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric, yeah? Jenor makes a helpless gesture. Ras still knows I'd be glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted, and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. Let's go. May Rasta watch over you. Aw, damn, no, more cleric. You guys
tread lightly.
Fawn Autumn Haze. A tall, frail-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He's pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, "I am Fawn Autumn Haze, at your service." His pale lips are reddened by blood. You see no signs of pain or fear in his grey eyes. "Who are you?" "My name is Fawn Autumn Haze. I've come here from Kyonin, because I'm a hunter. And all minions of evil are my quarry." City of Elves. "I won't say more than that, if you don't mind. We're strangers and of different races and cultures. I'd rather not tell you more than is necessary." "Do you need help?" Giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. "Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer attended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them." Poison? "O'Neill, you can trust me. I might be able to help you." After a brief pause, Fawn says, "It would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer." "I'd like to know more about you. I won't hold anything back. Not who I am, why I made my way here, or who it is that I'm pursuing." What? You just said... What? You're gonna tell me anything about yourself? Stranger, like you changed your minds. Tell me more about yourself. Other people tend to believe that identity is the sum of a person's actions and the events that happen to them. For them, I am one of a long line of warriors of Kyonin, who, since his youth, has dedicated himself to hunting evil and injustice. For them, I am a successful and capable huntsman who has tracked down and slain a great many monsters. But I am an elf, and for me, my identity has a different meaning. It is shaped by the place where I was born, and that I love so deeply. I am shaped by what I find beautiful and what makes my heart quicken. By the fears that come to me in the dead of night. By the things I find so intolerable that at the sight of them, my very core darkens and fills with poison. Thus, to tell you who I am, I require many days and much candor, which is more than you and I have at our disposal. Why did you choose to be a hunter of evil? As I am the son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When a crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our preeminence. Were you hunting here in winter? I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of Kaylessa. Pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Canabris, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared, and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued, and couldn't free a soul from his service to her dark masters. He expresses no anger or hatred as he speaks, only compassionate sorrow. Sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time. You purses his lips. There is no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world than other races, and we learn our lessons better than anyone. That goes for learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be more prepared when next we meet. I wish to aid you in your hunt. Thorn covers his eyes warily. I thank you, but this is my mission. I'm used to facing all manner of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kaylessa, take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped. The agate skin, the malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than elf at this point. She look like skin is dark, her hair preternaturally white. Her red eyes seem to be perfectly in the dark, which to my dismay, I come to know from experience. Her bright light causes her kind pain. I use an alchemical powder that explodes in a dazzling flash. She cried out as if I had stabbed her. Vampire. What's a vampire, this dude? It's clear that this woman is a faithful servant of darkness. The marks that Kaylessa's masters have left on her appearance say as much. Okay, I have to go. Oh wait. Good fortune tree. Can we hold out a day or two? Nevia in her muted colours blends almost perfectly into the background. She appears relaxed, but her seemingly unfocused eyes are taking in everything around her, tracking and filtering potential threats. The only tell is the way she drums her fingers on her hip, near her weapon sheath. She shows no sign of her injuries and confidently leans on her previously broken leg. She pretends to have just noticed you, even though she watched you approach from afar. Oh, hey! See how they patched me up? Now I can run, jump or dance, jig if I feel like it. Tell me about yourself. The girl shrugs with a lazy smile. I'd be happy to, but there's kinda nothing to tell. What's so interesting about me? Where are you from? Nowhere. Or I was blown in by the wind and found in a cabbage patch. The girl stops short. Sorry, that's an old habit of mine. I don't like blabbing about my past, but you saved my skin, so I guess I kinda owe it to you not to clown around, right? I'm from Niddle. I wouldn't wish my homeland on my worst enemy. You've heard of the place, I'm sure, ruled by monsters that aren't alive nor dead. And the official religion is the cult of Zon Kukum. I grew up in a slum like a weed between the cobblestones. I didn't have a dad, but I had lots of aunts and uncles. My mum's cronies. No prize for guessing the kind of business she was involved in. They gave me a set of lockpicks as soon as I could hold a spoon. And while other kids were picking their noses, I was picking pockets. Ruled by monsters aren't alive nor dead. They're vampires all around. Niddle is one of the oldest surviving countries in Avestan, having been founded during the uncounted years of the Age of Darkness. After the meteorite was that the dust of the atmosphere knocked out the sun. Even though it is now beholden to the neighbouring infernal realm of Chiliax, it retains significant autonomy to pursue its own shadowy goals. Zonkuthon. The deity Zonkuthon, also known as the Midnight Lord, the Dark Prince, and the Prince of Pain, god of darkness, envy, loss, and pain, possesses one of the most twisted and evil minds in the great beyond. His position as god of pain is well earned, and he has been the root of countless tortures, murders, and worse throughout time. He was once a benevolent demigod named Dao Bral, but was corrupted when he travelled to the far dark places between the planes and returned in his current form. His half-sister, Shellin, still holds out hope that she can redeem him, though the Lord of Shadows shows no sign of remorse or compassion. God of Pain. Vampires, I'm guessing he's a vampire. Looks like there's gonna be loads of demons and vampires in this game then. Interesting. When I was 12, the monks of the Silent Shroud came for us. Creepy guys with their mouths open, sewn shut. They're the guards in this rock. Mum gave me to her friends, and we hid in the secret temple of Desna. I never saw my mum again. Creepy guys with their mouths sewn shut. Silent Shroud. This rock. I lay low in the temple for the next few years, but kept my head down. I washed floors, fetched water, listened to sermons. Funny thing, after a while I started liking Desmond's teachings. But as soon as I was old enough, I was out of there. I left Nidal and got as far away as I could. Desna is Lady Luck, the goddess of luck. And dreams. Quite a ragtag group you've got here, from nobles to street thieves. You've got that right. Only the best for you. What do you do if the knights and nobles fail to save the world? The lowlifes are our only hope. How did you meet Beth? I was bumming around Timon a while back, doing this and that. Desmond temples sometimes gave me odd jobs, you know. Sometimes they needed people with skills like mine. On the surface, it was fine, I guess. After Nidal, the freedom of the River Kingdom should have seemed like heaven. My chance to sit back and enjoy life. But I wasn't happy. There just wasn't any joy in my new life. I was all alone. No one cared about me, and I didn't care about anybody either. I struggled to find a reason to drag myself out of bed every morning. Tying a stone around my neck and jumping into the nearest river started to look pretty appealing. One day I was hired to follow some fellas who the local authorities suspected were Rasmurin spies. I was stupid. I made a rookie mistake and they caught me. It's like my body had already decided to do what my mind had been fighting, to finally put me out of my misery. Get someone else to kill me, since I didn't have the guts to do it myself. They grabbed me. I thought they'd gut me on the spot, but instead they hog-tied me and dragged me off. And just like an animal going to the slaughter, my only thought was, let's get this over with. Rasmurin. Realm known as Rasmurin was once just another turbulent, violent river kingdom, the Archduchy of Melkat, where leadership changed as often as the years. This ended in the year 4661, when the land was conquered by Rasmir, a tyrant claiming to have ascended to godhood. I really dealing with them really kingdom, I think. You might try to send some spies to my kingdom. They brought me to one of their stinking caves, threw me on the altar, and I realised who it was. Crusades from Nidal. They tracked me down after all those years. But I didn't care anymore. Wouldn't even have cared if they'd eaten me or whatever. We all gotta go sometime, right? So I was lying there, staring at those knives pointed at me, when fate rolled the dice and I hit the jackpot. Beth, there she was, storming into the cave. Crusades. Cult of Zonkothon. picture it. I'm lying on the altar with all these knife-wielding maniacs around me, and suddenly Irabeth storms in. I thought it was Ayamade herself, fierce in her shining armor with her gleaming sword raised. She made quick work of those scumbags, chopped him up just like that. I didn't even have time to think, to blink. She untied me, and then the girl's face lights up as she chuckles. She looked through the papers they had on the table. She started swearing like a sailor. So much for Ayamade. Is it like living with Irabeth? It's like living. Without her, I wouldn't be. Seriously, if I were alone, I'd definitely be gone by now. Sure, sometimes we argue, can't deny that. Sometimes we bang our fists on the table and yell so loud that the walls shake. But that's all about order business. But at home, well, I'll give you an example. I've kinda always wanted to move out of that broom closet we call a house and into somewhere cozier. It ain't like they take a vow of poverty at the Eagle Watch. But every month, somehow, most of our spare money is spent on Crusade business. Sure, I get mad about it, but Nevia makes a helpful gesture. It's part of why I love her so much. You know, Irabeth has that thing that matters most for a person. A purpose in life. She's always got a reason for whatever she's doing. Her whole life is a crusade. And I just drifted around, like a leaf in the wind, until Desna brought us together. Now she's the meaning of my life. So it really makes no difference if we live in a mansion or under a bush. How did you and Irabeth end up in Canaris? After almost becoming a human sacrifice, I knew I never wanted to leave Irabeth's side. Desna knows I fell for her instantly, and I fell hard. My misery was gone, and when Irabeth showed me what was in those papers, proof that the cultists had a nest in her home city, well, I offered to help without a second thought. Nevia smiled warmly. She must have figured I couldn't wait to get my revenge on the cultists. But I didn't give a damn about them. It was her. I'd go anywhere with her, even on the Crusade or into the jaws of a dragon. Araden in the year 4433. Araden defeated a cult dedicated. The hero Araden defeated a cult dedicated to the demon lord Descari, making the north of Athelstan safe from demonic influence. The First Midemine Crusade. However, this protection ended with Araden's death in the year 4606. The same year, the world rune was opened by the witch Arilu Vorlish, working in conjunction with her demonic patron, Descari. Demons poured out and overran the barbarian nation of Sarkoris. The world rune was not large at first, but soon it abruptly expanded. As it kept growing, it came to be seen as a threat to the entire world. The remaining clerics of Araden and the clerics of his follower, Ayamade, Ayamade's Araden follower, took it upon themselves to defeat the demons and seal the world wound. Answering their call, thousands of pilgrim crusaders flooded up the river road and into Mendev, the nearest neighbouring kingdom of former Sarkoris. Thus, the Menderian Crusades were born. So we read about Hero Araden in this game, and now this whole game is about demons in the Descari. Even Lord Descari. But I took to life in Canaris like a duck to water. I used to be an outcast wherever I went, but half of the Crusaders are the same. After all, who would volunteer to tangle with demons on the edge of the abyss? You gotta either be a goody two-shoes with too much honor and free time, or a misfit with no life out in the normal world with normal people. People come here to run away from their depths, their past, from themselves. So I fit right in. for asking. Telling you all this kind of made me feel better. What are your responsibilities in the Eagle Watch? Nevia's smiles evasively. Nothing official. Not even a night, you know. I just hang around. You sure you want to know the details? Catching traitors and spies and cultists is no walk in the park. It's a delicate job. Can't always do it all within the letter of the law. What if we surprise some suspicious blighter with an official search? Everyone will know about it before long, starting with their cronies. Then again, sneaking into people's houses at night ain't exactly legal. Crusaders can't be doing stuff like that, can they? Well, I'm not exactly a knight, the girl trails off. Are there any suspicious places in the city that I should pay attention to? There were a couple of spots I wanted to check out, but I didn't have time. If there really is a den of cultists there, it would be good if you could swoop in there and bust some heads. You don't even need a search warrant. Olivia shoots you a crooked smile. First one is the Silken Thread. It's a funny little tailor shop that doesn't take any orders and never buys any fabric, but they always seem oh so busy. They're busy with something in there, alright, but sewing it ain't. Second one is the Alchemy Shop. Topaz Solutions, and they trade in everything, not just healing potions. Judging by the ingredients they've been buying in the black market, there's something fishy about the alchemical rituals going down in that place. Okay, I'll check them out. See you later, Olivia. Alright, you watch yourself now. Lan greets you with a nod. Here for a chat? I've been waiting for you to come and see what strange beast you've taken into your party. I'd like to know more about you. Let me guess, your first question is, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Am I right? Sure I can, but certain designs don't suit me too well. Nan speaks in a deadly serious voice. You speak common much better than the rest of your tribe. Funnily enough, common isn't all that common underground, Nan says. But your observation is correct. I used to live on the surface with my parents for a while, and had a chance to learn a couple of things. The language, and the fact that every peasant who sees my scaly mug screams, "Demon!" and runs away. I don't know if you're interested, but my mum wasn't from an underground tribe. She was a smuggler, the kind that used the dungeons of Canabris to secretly move and store goods. One time, two gangs couldn't agree on how to share a prime cut. Got into a fight, and the winners threw the losers down a hole, dead and living alike. My dad went to check if the corpses had anything useful on them, and found a girl from the surface, barely clinging to life. Incredible feelings sparked between them, or maybe the girl just liked men with scales and a cat nose. That might be it. One way or another, he got her back on her feet, and he later even left his home caves. She left her smuggling behind, and they began an honest life together. Wow, your father was your mother was human. Father had scales and a cat. That's the delightful story of how old land came into this world. The next chapter, however, my family and I never stayed in one place for long. We lived sometimes on the surface, sometimes underground. We couldn't find a place to call home. Living in the caves was hard on my mum. My dad's appearance raised too many questions in Mender. They had war against the demons after all. In the end, my parents decided to stop making each other miserable and separated. My father and I returned to our tribe. I think the peasant's screaming demon had something to do with it. Or maybe Dad just couldn't stand life without crack-tail soup. I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Come with me so you could see the surface again. No, that wasn't it. I just didn't have much patience with certain types of creatures. Demons, I mean. If they want to destroy Canabris, I'll be on the side of the people they're attacking. Lan looks away. Lan, you're my companion, and companions should trust each other. I'm counting on you to give me honest answers, not excuses. Lan looks ashamed. I guess you're right. I shouldn't have been so evasive. It's just that some things are hard to talk about. My family, for example. My birth, hell take me, turned out to be a great misfortune for my parents. Or because I'm relatively healthy. I'm the best thing that can come from a marriage between a cave-dwelling Mongol and anyone from the surface. A healthy child with the right number of hands and feet. No apparent defects, no missing organs or other problems. They saw hope in me, the risk of having more children. They thought it would somehow be alright. The growl edges into Lan's voice. I could have had 4 brothers. The first was born 2 years after me, and died 3 years later. He didn't have a nose, not even remotely resembling one. He could only breathe through his mouth. Mum and Dad were afraid to take their eyes off him, for fear he'd choke and suffocate them something. But in the end, it was his weak heart that killed him. Then there was another pregnancy, and birth. I pretended I was sleeping, just look out of my bedroom and listened at the door. All those hours, it was very strange, but I never heard the newborn screaming. Mum moaning, yes, the priest praying. And I dared to open the door a little and looked inside. The priest stood there, very pale. One of them was holding something, a small object that fit in his palm. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The other said, "I think it's a head." Lan stopped. That's enough, Lan. You don't have to keep going. It hurts. Hell no, I started to tell you, and I'll make it to the end. You want to know why I followed you to the surface? Well, here's the reason. Lan pauses, exhales, and continues in a steadier voice. Turned out this time Mum was expecting triplets. The first of the babies was born in pieces, and the 2 others didn't live long enough to draw their first breath. About 3 weeks later, my father took me to the caves. He didn't want to leave. I could see it in his face. I think my mum and he decided it together. The curse my people have carried since the first Crusade stood between them. Not to mention the 4 dead babies. And old age was rapidly taking its toll on my father. After we returned to the cave, he only lived another 4 years. So if you're asking me why I decided to go with you up to the surface and join the Crusaders, well, the answer is, I've always wanted to. I was afraid to leave my tribe, but it always haunted me that I'd die in a world where 4 Crusades could do nothing to stop the beasts from the abyss, and the number of victims kept growing. I want to change that, or at least try to. If changing things is too much to ask, then at least give a little revenge. The ones who are behind the world wound owe me a great debt. The lives of our 4 brothers, my mother's tears, my father's broken heart. It's a lot. It's so much that killing a couple of demons won't do it for me. And I want to do something real, and I'm ready to pay any price. Call it my personal crusade if you like. Dan gives you a slanted grin. I used to think that things would be better if I'd never been born. But now I think I was born for this. To settle the score. Would you like to find your mother? No. The word flies on land's mouth faster than an arrow. Then, after a pause, he continues. I don't want to meet her. Not because I feel any resentment. It's just that she's a half-elf who's barely got her first grey hair. And I'll be a ramshackle old man who's buried enough children. There's no need to make her witness the death of another one. I hope you understand. Half-elf. Half-elf / Mongol. Oh, it's surprisingly alive. Your brother's died. Yeah. I'm very truly sorry. Dan smiles, this time sadly. Well then, I'm very lucky. I met someone who not only helped me choose the right path, but is happy to listen to my whining. Your parents' love didn't survive hardship, but that doesn't mean the same thing will happen to you. What if you find true love, someone who won't leave you no matter what? And break my beloved's heart when I die in her arms 5 years later. That's a fine thing to do to the person you love. And again, there's a chance I'll inspire some tragic bards to write a tearful ballad. Why didn't you go up and join the Crusaders before? I couldn't just abandon my tribe. I'm their best hunter. They'll have it much harder without me. But now that the demons have nearly destroyed Canabris, and the cave has almost collapsed on our heads, sitting and waiting it out just wasn't an option anymore. Anyway, I'm more useful up here than I am down there. Plus, the chief let me go, which means my debt to the tribe has been paid. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for listening. But I know Mongols have short lifespans, but you don't look like you're getting old or dying. How old are you? Dan chuckles. I'm as old as I look, no surprises there. But remember Sol? He's 10 years older than me. I remember him back when he was a fearless warrior. And day by day I watched him turn into an old lad. Him and my father. Because you've got half-elf blood. Elf blood. Happens very quickly. First you miss a shot because you don't see the target as clearly as you used to. I think it's because your eyes are tired. You tell yourself it will get better tomorrow. Then you notice you're having trouble breathing. The climbing is harder than before. Dan clenches and clenches his human fist. The fingers stop bending. You have to tie your sword to your hand. You can't even put on your greaves without help. When you're washing your face in the stream, sometimes you catch sight of a grey-haired, wrinkled old man you don't recognize. And this goes on until one day you come across a cave beast. You realize you can't outrun it. Lan takes a breath. My dad kept diaries, marking all the signs, and I saw it too. The last year I had to help him get out of bed, help him dress, remind him to eat. Sometimes he forgot my name. I told him that we should have stayed on the surface, and he joked that dodging a goddess was behavior unworthy of a crusader. He meant Pharasma, goddess of death. Every morning I wake up and check how I feel, but there are no signs yet. Even so, I know I don't have much time. I need to do something useful before I forget why I came here. Do you want to talk about Windbud? Are you sure? Dan sighs. Oh, alright. Tell me about your connection to Windwag. A connection to Windwag? I mean, where do I start? Dan turns the inexpressive reptile half of his face to you. We grew up together, trained together. She was a chief's daughter. She was groomed to be the best all her life, and then I came along. We were rivals, but we dragged each other out of tight spots too. I've always been drawn to grand heroic gestures, sometimes idiotic ones, whereas Wendu liked to roam in unexplored passages, finding new caves and making maps. She wanted to be a great huntress, the one who'd make it through the shield maze. But instead, she... Man shakes his head. It'd be better if she died. The death of a friend is painful, and watching a friend become a shadow of their former self is unbearable. Were you just friends, or were you more than that? Wow, you really don't pull your punches, do you? And exhales loudly. There was a time when I asked myself the same question. Wendu knew me better than anyone. She understood me better than anyone. She was the first girl I ever, you know. But we never loved each other. Maybe I could have grown to love her, but it always seemed like she never understood what love was. Maybe she just wasn't capable of those things, of those feelings. She doesn't think she's a shadow of her former self. Of course, she thinks she did everything right, because the second she starts to doubt herself, she'll have to face the truth, to admit that she's just a cannibal that demons use as they wish. Lan's frown looks almost like a wince. She wants to get stronger and stronger, but for what? I'll never understand what drives her. Thanks, Lan. Tell me about your people. What would you like to know? What's it like living in your caves? Oh, that gives you a broad smile. His smile is strange, as if it focus where his human features meet his animal ones. Imagine that in the entire world there's only a few hundred like you. There's not an inch of fertile ground anywhere. Nowhere to grow grain for bread, or cotton and linen for cloth. Your neighbors are beasts who want to eat you, or parasites who want to infect you with their larvae, and then eat you. And it's not that bad. You can try to eat most of the things that are trying to eat you. Sometimes at the risk of getting poisoned, sometimes with almost no risk at all. In the worst years, not a single living thing anywhere to be found, predator or prey. That's when you eat mushroom soup. I'd say 3 times a day. There was barely enough for once every 3 days. And shrugged. But life underground has its upsides, pun intended. There's no risk of losing the roof over your head. There's no bad weather, not counting the earthquakes, of course. You better wait till day and night. Can't see the sun in your caves. Every Mongol settlement has a big gong, which we treat like a relic. The gong keeper hits it twice a day to mark the beginning and end. But this custom doesn't keep time very precisely. Every Mongol child has snuck up to the gong to strike it at the wrong time at least once, just out of pure mischief. Nothing could keep me away from it, not even the fact that I only have one ear, which means I would take double the punishment once I was caught. So sometimes the wrong strikes get mixed in with the right ones, and the tribe can find itself jumping up to greet the morning in the middle of the night. Are you really the descendants of the first Crusaders then? More like demon spawn, aren't we? Sad but true. Without the demons, there would be no Mongols. It's the magic of the world rune that affected our ancestors, and made their children the way we are. Like most in our tribe, Chief Sol fancies himself a descendant of the underground Crusaders, the ones our heroic ancestors left to guard the caves. I don't know if it's true or not. That angel came to our caves for a reason. Maybe he remembered us. Those were evil and dangerous times after the First Crusade. Hundreds of Crusaders began having children, and the babies were born with fangs and horns and warts that covered half their face. People didn't like the new look. The Inquisitors sure didn't. Our ancestors fled persecution and made a home for themselves down there, underground. They probably intended to find a cure for their children and hoped to return in time, but it never happened. Instead, the world ruins terrible legacy passed down from generation to generation. Mongol parents can only guess what the child will look like. Each of us is born with a new mutation. Many mutations are fatal. And stops, then goes on quietly. Down in the caves, we usually don't congratulate the family for the birth of a child until they turn at least 3. Most don't even get a name before that. There's no point. Hasn't been that long since the First Crusade. Why do you know so little about your ancestors? Our lives are much shorter than most uplanders. Up here only a few generations pass, and many still live who remember old Sarkoris as it stood untouched by the demons. Queen Gulfrey, for example. But where we live, Mongols start getting old much earlier than humans, much faster, and with more devastating consequences. Few live past 40, and few still live long enough to die of old age. Hunger, disease, and monsters from the deep are more effective killers than time. So for us, the story of the First Crusade is a legend that happened generations ago. There are no living witnesses. We have a tale of the wise and great ancestors who left us to stand guard in the catacombs. But in reality, I suspect they were desperate wretches who couldn't figure out how to dispel the demonic plague, and who were abandoned by their own kind. Do Mongol tribes fight each other? There were some skirmishes, and I've been forced to kill my kinfolk before too, and speaks in a steady voice. Fights most often break out over food. We have laws in the caves, written and unwritten rules that we follow. We respect one another's right to live, but hunger, it can push a person over the edge. I've never, you count on that, stolen someone else's kill. But I can understand those of my kin who tried. To hear your kids begging for food and not be able to feed them is terrifying. He frowned and grew silent. You're the only member of the Neathholm tribe to call your people Mongols. Why is that? Oh, because all of Galarian calls us that? I don't see the point of all this hemming and hawing over what we're called. Anyone who finds it offensive or takes issue with it can lead a charge against the name. No one's stopping them. But personally, I'm not going to pick a fight over something as unimportant as a name. Thank you, I've found everything What do you think of life on the surface? It must be very different from life underground. Of course, as far as living conditions, the surface is definitely a better place to be. It's easy to get good food and water, not to mention build a house and even grow a few things. In older, well-established settlements, you don't have to deal with anything scarier than rats, or maybe foxes stealing chicken. As for the kind of lives you have, I heard a story about demon worshippers abducting a whole family and sacrificing them one by one, while the others watched. But there were some brave Crusader knights nearby, and they killed the villains and saved everyone. And I heard another story. A young blacksmith lost his arm in the fire and couldn't work to feed his wife and baby. They tried their best to live from hand to mouth. They were still destitute. In the end, the desperate blacksmith robbed a traveller one night on the road. But there were some brave Crusader knights nearby, and they caught the robber and threw him in prison. Not long after, he mother smothered their baby and hanged herself. Up here, the same person can proudly say he's protecting the innocent from demons, and then look the other way while the same innocent starves just because they were born into a poor family. Queen Gulfrey prolongs her life with sun orchid elixirs that cost enough to feed an entire city. Back in our caves, everyone is equally poor. If one person starves, the whole tribe starves. We don't abandon our own in times of trouble. That's the power of a tribe. The laws of the surface are made so that some get everything and others get nothing. I might just be a naive fool from the caves, but I don't understand how it's possible to have so much more and share so much less. Anyway, look who I'm talking to. You must know life on the surface much better than I do. Okay. I'd never leave a needy person in trouble. I've been given more than most, which means I'm now more able to help others. Fitting reply. Don't take my words as a reproach. I like grumbling as much as crackling jokes. Lan is obviously trying to muster a friendly smile, but it's an expression his face doesn't accommodate very naturally. You said you were prepared to risk your life to do something meaningful. What exactly did you mean? To invent a new salad and have it named after me, Lan remarks grimly. Then he sighs. Truth be told, I don't know. It would be much easier if all I really wanted was to kill demons, and then a few more demons, then more demons after that. Good honest rage and no needless brooding. I think I actually envy the warriors who can live like that. But I can't. If life's taught me anything, it's that there are no easy choices. Dying a glorious death isn't enough. Some heroes of the Crusades did that, and also saved entire settlements, erected the ward stones. Their actions kept the lands of Mender safe for decades. That's what I want. For my dumb, short life to have meant something. Wow, I like that. He's in my What is happening? More talking to do as well. Sally Rathimus. Bissally Rathimus. A stout old man with a fuzzy grey beard mumbles a prayer. He looks as tired as everyone else in the tavern, but determination is stamped upon his haggard face. What can I do for you? Who are you? Bissally Rathimus, rector of the local temple of Abadar. The temple is gone now. If we snooze here for much longer, the city will be lost as well. Who is that boy with you? This one? Kaedo, the shepherd, my apprentice. He's a smart boy, and his faith is strong. He serves Erastil now, but there's still something he can learn from an old servant of Abadar. He'll be a great cleric when he gets a little older. What kind of help can I expect? Well, first I sell scrolls. I have a lot of them, something for every emergency. Second, while you're here in the tavern, I can read one for you. Guaranteed, no surprises. But you'd better not go into the city without a cleric. I won't be going there myself. I'm too old. My powers are needed here. Without a cleric. Oh, I know what you got. Guardian of Life. As long as the wearer of this amulet is under the effect of the Death Ward spell, gain +2 armor against undead creatures. Oh. They use any single target cure wound spell on a target whose current HP is 0 or less. The target is healed for an additional amount equal to their number of hit dice. Healed extra. Heal more. That's pretty good for her, I think. Paladin lady. Cold resistance 10 as well. If the wearer has the ice plant hex, it also grants them +2 natural armor bonus to up. Oh my god, wait. Hexes. That's ice plant one, what does that do again? This hex grants the shaman +2 natural armor. It's ready for her then. Okay, you can't cast it on her. Okay.
Our duty calls.
Graces of the Wizard. Graces grant their wearer an +2 armor, +3 competent, +3 on magic knowledge checks, +1 on Alchemist Kit. This kit allows you to create potions of level 1 spell. Allows you to create scrolls of level 1 spell. Creatures with above level 6 are immune. Above level 6 inch. One enemy. Spells we got. Spells. What high level spells we got? Ooh. Extend meta magic. What? Oh yes. Extended spell lasts twice as long. Summon lasts twice as long. Some fighting. Level up. New days exploring this place. Animal growth. Where was that? 405. Lizards moves. One lizard level 3. Dire wolf at level 4. Normal wolves at level 2. Dogs, wolves, monitor lizards. Oh my god, I miss this. I miss these games. Dungeons and Dragons, all these different spells and stuff. Oh my god, it's just spend all day at my shop staring at all the magical items. Extend what? Just twice longer. 3 spells a day. Creator, wait, can I take him then? I believe that the help is already on the way. The queen will not decide to leave us. Tall athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely grey and shorn close to his head in a military style. He is lean and well groomed, and a monocle twinkles coldly in his eye. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest that here is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings, I am Hilor, venture captain of the Pathfinder Society. No way. I'm the superior officer among the Pathfinders in this region of Mendev. However, the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are almost no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone, without the support of the Society. Though I've made a lot of acquaintances among the local mercenaries and daring fighters. If you need any good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. Hey, Korean custom companions. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. All that began with a task of the Pathfinder Society. Arrived in Newosian with my team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Falron. We soon focused in on the small hospital for the wealthy, where Falron was being treated shortly before his death. It turned out that a gang of Baphomet's cultists calling themselves the Labyrinth of Mind had gotten a foothold at the hospital. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeted fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. And when they returned, they were different, almost normal. But the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind, and they transformed into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. The labyrinth of mind was preparing to infiltrate all the elite circles in Mendev, but Baron Falrun stopped them. He was too loyal to his oath and too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his heart. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit. Of vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other, and their loathsome fantasies stepped real from their minds into the world. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like mad. We burned the place to the ground and slaughtered everyone we could, but the leaders of the cult were able to flee, and they were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter, Lori, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. They left me a note full of tart insults, mockery, and sneers. From that note, I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get Lori back at any cost. Hilor grits his teeth with bulldog determination. Want to know more about you? What exactly are you interested in? I am a common Pathfinder. There are many others like me. Fate and my orders brought me here to this land. Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. The Pathfinder Society is a global organization that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds. We explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place. And of course, some seek profit or hunger for glory. But in any case, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Neosium. They're each led by venture captains, and that's like me. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, the center of the world. The Decemvirate sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. How did you end up here? Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter. For the past 3 years I've been trying to save her. During this time I've become a specialist in scouting demon territory. I've even planted agents among the cultists. Truth be told, in pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Gulfrey than the Pathfinder Society. It's a long story, maybe I'll tell you the rest of it sometime. Hilor frowns grimly. This Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss. I fought her many times, but I've never been able to seize her by the throat. Tell me about your daughter. Hilor smiles, showing his healthy white teeth. As a girl, Lori was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example. A drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. But even with such questionable parenting, Lori managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She's always argued with me about everything. When Lori was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was, alright. I knew there was no use to try and talk her out of it, and she was a fine Pathfinder. Hilor's fists clenched with a painful sounding crack. I'll never forgive the Spinner of Nightmares for taking my girl from me. The companions and I need good training. I'll get a great mentor from Absalom. The first few times, he'll train your fighters free of charge. What? What do you mean? Oh, you can respect this part of the game. Cool, that's good. Awesome. Respecting this purchase. Costing money, but
Follow my steps.
custom. Wait. Hilo and the Spinner of Nightmares. Book. The first. First of the astonishing exploits of Venture Captain Hilo, published by the Pathfinder Society. The Spinner of Nightmares let out a fiendish laugh, and the wind rose up, sending the sound rippling across the roof of the cavernous temple and off into the darkening sky. Cannot protect them. The demon worshipper performed a graceful pirouette, as though she were mocking the ungainly Venture Captain, who was slowly picking his way across the slippery roof tiles. You may have saved Anthoclitus today, but you won't save everyone who gets in my way. I will always be one step ahead, plunging a dagger into the heart of the next fool, and sullying your path with blood that you will never be able to wipe clean. Hilor lost his footing once again, and only by a miracle did he not go plummeting to his death. His heart threatened to beat right out of his chest, but his mind was consumed with the feverish awareness of how close he was to his target. Only a few dozen paces separated him from the Spinner of Nightmares, close enough to shoot, but the Venture Captain wanted to be sure the bolt wouldn't kill her, merely maim and immobilize her. The hand crossbow that Hilor concealed under the folds of his cloak was throwing off his balance. The jigs up, the Spinner of Nightmares. The Venture Captain leaned forward as though trying to catch his breath, a diversionary tactic designed to weaken the vigilance of the villain. He seemed to be waiting for something on the peak of the roof. You have one chance to save your pathetic life. Surrender now. The Spinner of Nightmares froze, as if considering the captain's words, before lunging forward like a snake, spitting contempt. You will never see her again. Click, twang. The whistle of the bolt released from its cradle, and the swish of the Spinner of Nightmare's cloak as she dodged the shot, laughing. Los let out a bellow, pouring all his hatred and despair into the shout, dashed forward, and slipping on the roof, tumbled to his knees, gripping a jagged roof tile with his last remaining strength. The Venture Captain swallowed a grunt of pain and raised his head, only to watch his daughter's abductor be swept away on a black wind. I will find you, the Spinner of Nightmares. Hino's shout seemed to carry far and wide across the whole of Mendeb. I'll find you, and I'll tear out your duplicitous heart.
Let's head out.
Sela smiled at you warmly. Hey there. During that march to the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange a proper greeting. It's high time I shake your hand. I'll go do the rest of this later. Okay, no. I can't. I'm do some fighting. Oh god, I want to speak to them all, but... Oh, bloody hell. Let's do it. Imposing young Oyed is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging on to her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the differences between Jiska legionnaires from the last war and the crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine. Not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. The Jiska Imperium was the first human kingdom to establish itself in the Sea region after the centuries of darkness and devastation caused by the Earthfall. Meteor strike. Its citizens spoke a nearly forgotten language called Jiska, whose alphabet became the basis of the alphabets of the modern languages of Skald, Barisian, and Taldane. At its height, it dominated all of the northwestern Garin, and also parts of southwestern Navistan. Raids of desert nomads and attacks by powerful outsiders from minus 3,300 onward, and the lack of a strong eastern trade route led to the slow decline of Jiska. Osirian, then a burgeoning kingdom under the control of the powerful pharaoh of forgotten plagues, pushed westward. Overthrew the already weakened Jiska, and the Imperium was plunged into numerous succession wars around the year minus 2764, and which it was never able again to recover its former political, military and economic power. Because of this military and economic defeat, the important cultural, magical and technological advances of the Jiska Imperium were largely lost and forgotten. Now tell me again why I'm supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults, where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily. It is clear that they are captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggy and dishevelled halfling monk, whose puffy black eye gives him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. Enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, and one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. Crusaders angrily curled his fist tightly towards with a burst of passion. If those gists of yours or whatever had come to us, we'd have their guts for garters. You think we've never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy his confrontation. The Crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant, and carry siege fortifications on its back. And I'll have you know these fortifications were defended by Jiskan priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. What? We've got elephants. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. Well, they use demons. gives the people around her a triumphant look, and adjusts her hair with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on a lecturer's tone. We should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. The woman looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? I am Indira, a warrior, magus and scholar of a classical warfare from Garrett. Wait, Indira, is she The woman peers at you apprehensively, then sighs. I admit that I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I'm willing to accept that this is due to Avacyn's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. Why did you come here? Witness a legendary war. A confrontation between denizens of a plain famous for its love of violence and the Crusaders from every continent, united by the common goal of defending their home. An epic struggle of colossal proportions that hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. Pink-eye. The monk with the black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously. She does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. Looks like you know more about warfare than me. Oh, am I hearing things, or does someone finally acknowledge my competence in the art of warfare? Perhaps there's a sufficiently open-minded person among the Crusaders after all. I find myself pleasantly surprised. Why don't you join the Crusaders and show them how fighting should be done? No. I'm a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last war of Jessica. The monk with the damaged eye grins slyly and comments. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. Attack with the pleasure, Jesus. What is this last war that you mentioned? Last war of Jessica, of course. A large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. It was a war against the Osirian pharaoh of forgotten plagues. The war that ended the legendary Jessica Imperium. An epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but a pale shadow, including the one I am witnessing here. Why do you find the last war of Jessica so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraplanar spirits marching into battle. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey to drop forces on the top of enemy castles. Picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels, or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. That sounds so cool. So technologically advanced, little giant machines that are just powered by the demons and devils captured. Wow. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated the Jiska, the deadly Night Plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fantasy can even come close to the horror of the nightmares that they made real. Wow. Can't think any some serious How do you know so much about Jiska's last war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative research on Galarian when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I've personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysteries and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. Are you making this up though? I saw a fallen sky city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from an exterminator class combat golem that guarded a Jiska laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask that the servants of the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Jiska Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I'm telling you about. Level this stuff. Even if it's not making it all up. It's too ridiculous making all this stuff though, isn't it? Even if it is fake, I just want to keep doing more. It sounds so cool. You want me to treat the Crusaders with such disdain though? Debate? Oh, I'll be happy to prove that the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war of Jiska. Very well. The last War of Jiska was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from Allied planes. From Allied planes? Of existence. And their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiska, we are but stone club-wielding kobolds. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gadfly sees the ox. The ox pays no heed to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. MC, I certainly do that. Well, events of the past are shrouded in legend. The fate of the world is being decided here and now. That is what you fail to grasp. The earnestness on the faces of those around you is deep, in a way into his panache, encouraging her to backtrack and stumble over words. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of current events. What I'm trying to say is that from the standpoint of history, particularly the history of warfare, she falls silent, fixedly staring at the unfriendly eyes of her audience. The true importance of these developments won't become obvious until later. Indira offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline, rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meagre the farther the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way Crusaders embellish the tales of slaying a single Grimorak by adding a dozen Balors, for example, I could win this debate. But I am above such things, and therefore I am forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. You change your mind by joining the Crusaders. I don't see the point. You Crusaders appear to be quite confident in your skills. If nothing else, you've presented your arguments to me with extreme confidence. Indra unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but also for the wise. Indra gave you the claw of Jiska. What the hell? Holy shit. I'm just convinced her to at least give me something to tell. This is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey, like herds of livestock. It's about time I got back to my research. A hint of a smile graces Indra's lips, which she sees disappointment in the eyes of many Crusaders around her. Stay safe. Short sword. Flaming short sword. Rita 13. She's Crusade with 7 to 17. The nest building. +1. Flaming. Straight sword forged by the craftsmen of Garand. The scabbard is decorated with engravings that depict battles between Osirian and the Jiska Imperium, accompanied by Indira's musings embroidered in golden thread. Give me Wilson's short sword.
Let us be careful.
Help me. I'm my party. Sina. Good days and clear skies. What do you say? Where are we off to today? I'd like to know more about you. Of course, ask anything. I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself, Sila. Where are you from? I'm a little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh, but mostly from the Knights of Ayamade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belonged to their ranks more than I belonged to any other place. You've come to Mendev by a long road, haven't you? A very long one. Sila looks at you cheerfully. A traveller is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I only have 3 tales of any interest, and I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging. And that just won't do, especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tale of a battle with chupacabras. You can't tempt me with a story about fighting chupacabras and then not follow through. What are chupacabras, by the way? Incredibly repulsive magical beasts, fast and dangerous. They can... well, it looks like someone's fooled me into starting a tale. I guess now I'll have to tell the whole story. Picture a small town in Quadira, and down in the dungeon there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them, the ropes being brought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly, a Paladin of Ayamade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. They go with her to fight some monsters. They live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between their imminent death and probable death with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So here we are travelling through the desert, me and my friend, the priestess of Sarenrae, along with the little ratfolk fellow who'd asked for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the ratfolk village and saw their bodies lying around, all drained dry. We figured we'd have to fight vampires. That's how the little ratfolk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we went in all brazen-like. The sun was high and the vampires couldn't attack until dusk. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second ran for his life. That left me, the ratfolk, and Kyra. That was the name of the priestess, and we all steeled ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, with the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, with our ratfolk friend wounded and down, and the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters was clenched on Kyra's shoulder. Right then, when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back. He kills the beast attacking Kyra. I'm sure you know what a turning point in the fight looks like. Well, this was it. A moment before, we were lost, and a moment later, we had it back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead one by one. The little ratfolk is reunited with his family, who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of that boy from the gallows who saved us. It's a shame he didn't survive the fight, but the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. It's a good story. He could have died in disgrace on the gallows, but instead he died a hero. And I fancy the sun earned him some points at his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, Milos, that was his name, he would be hanging from a noose. Me, Kyra, and all the ratfolk would be dead in that village. Someone told me that a kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really wanted to say. The chupacabras, which is the good starting point. What made you become a paladin on Ayamade? Cedar's gaze sharpens momentarily, and she sighs. That's a serious question and a good one. Should ask it of your companions. But it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Solku with the other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Solku was a city of orphans, widows and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among their victims. People there heard about the new deaths before they'd finished mourning their previous losses. One day a group of knights of Ayamade brought a glimmer of hope to the city, and while others saw them as saviours and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses, in their gleaming mithril armor, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thief lives one day at a time, that's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyway, I was able to sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. Seela pauses, her voice sad and measured. And I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Asemi was her name, and dealt a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll, like all those others, she'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Solku. That one blow was fatal, but who really was to blame for her death? The gnoll attacker, or the young thief named Seela? I know what it takes to survive sometimes. I can't judge you. Well, I can. I believe everyone deserves a chance at redemption. But redemption means you understand what you did, and you're willing to be hard on yourself from now on. But you were asking what brought me into the ranks of Ayamede's warriors? We all choose the Paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, some by a desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Asemi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself with the terrible guilt I felt. But then I realized it wouldn't make the world any better. I decided that instead I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been, and protect the innocent that she would no longer be able to protect. What are the principles that Paladins of Ayamade follow? Seela smiles. I'll tell you, I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There is strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not in my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost the tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first into battle, and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command, and I will never abandon a companion, though I will honor sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, and I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honor to worthy enemies, and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will be temperate in my actions and moderate in my behavior. I will strive to emulate Ayamade's perfection. Is fighting demons all you want, or are you looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads? Or at least a dozen, they're lively ones. Seela's eyes shine cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the world rule is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve good. Being part of the Crusade is reward enough for me, but there's nothing that worries me. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my brothers in arms. The Eagle Watch and the other orders are focused on just one aim, the war against the world rule. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, ordinary misfortunes, you know. I always liked being a wandering knight, because any moment I could get up and go help a poor ratfolk whose family had been kidnapped, or an old woman whose favourite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't have some big important goal, but I'll be happy to help those who need it. A little bit here and there. What do you think of what's happening in Canabris? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? Seela smiles brightly, and she gives you a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem place. No. Many good people and our protector, Dwendalev, died here in Canabris. A paladin of Iomade is expected to be properly respectful and solemn. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better we hold off on grief until we've driven the last demon and cultist from the city. To win, you can't be mourning eyed for cease day and night. Thus joy heals the soul. Nice when you and your commander think alike. Seela smiles softly. Thought you were lord. Chaotic action. Would you like that chaotic action? Unlawful action. You said your friend Jana Aldori is missing. Do you know anywhere we should look for her? Rubeth is worried about her fighters, I understand that. I wanted to look for Jana myself, so I didn't distract you. But since you're in this too, I could use some help. Jana and I met in Canabris a few days ago, and just hit it off. We went drinking together, we went to that unforgettable celebration together too. But we got separated in the crowd. So we should start looking from the main square. That's where I last saw her. Seela frowns. Jana's a good fighter, even if she is green. You couldn't have become an Aldori otherwise. I hope that means she's alright. Seela smiles. See you. Canabris is still some fighting it. We'll make those demons rue the day they came here. Demons and vampires, looks like we're fighting. Rubeth rubs her head in tired eyes. Any success? How's the city? What's our main objective? You heard what that demon said. We're going to desecrate the ward stone and blow up the whole barrier around the world rune. That would be an even worse disaster than the world rune's expansion before the second Crusade. Not only Canabris, every city with a ward stone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that, no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomede's gift must not become a weapon of the abyss. These ward stones, what are they? They are our greatest treasure, the shield given to us by the goddess Iomade herself, and placed in Canabris and other Mendevian cities and fortresses by her herald. The chain of ward stones forms a protective barrier that stops the expansion of the world rune and keeps the demons from moving beyond its borders. I shudder to think what will happen if that barrier falls. Tell me about the Eagle Watch. Small order created to fight not only demons but also the enemy within, to maintain the purity of the Paladin ranks, prevent heresy and identify spies, and it failed miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and formed their nest within its ranks. Ivory Labyrinth, pledging their lives to the to Baphomet, the god of monsters. These cultists schemed to subvert the good works of the Crusaders. They caused trouble in Crusader camps, instigating fights and egging participants on to greater violence. They spread lies and sowed the seeds of fear with voices sweetened by magic. Some have even assumed the roles of holy crusaders and risen in the ranks of other knightly orders, waiting for the moment when their treachery can be used to achieve a most foul end. Ivory Labyrinth. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Nevia and I practically built it from scratch. We got rid of deadweight, people who weren't committed. We organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely. We introduced reliable ciphers. We found tacit allies around the city, from crusaders, orders, to street beggars. This was my personal crusade, to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it. And I thought I was winning. I could feel it. I was so close to driving the cultists out of Canaris. But Erebeth frowns. It's hard to admit that those successes didn't count for much once the demons entered the city. On the contrary, if it wasn't for you, Erebeth, there wouldn't be a headquarters at the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served up the city on a platter to the demon. The lines on Erebeth's forehead softened. Yes, that's true. It's a good thing we achieved something. Thank you. Can I ask a few personal questions? Frowning a little, Erebeth nods. Please, but I must warn you, there are some things I don't have the right to discuss. Where are you from? I was born in Canaris. Grew up on a farm just outside it. But my way back home lay at the end of a long and winding road. It took me years of travelling through foreign lands before I came to be where I always belonged. How did you become a paladin? A bitter smile appears on the half-orc's face. I don't much like to remember it. Believe it or not, the story of how I became a paladin is also the story of how I failed to become a knight. My parents were crusaders, may the souls stand together in Ayamede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. But my father was an orc, who would be pressed to find a calmer, wiser and more pious servant of the goddess than he. But still, all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. When I grew older, it was time for me to serve. I decided anywhere but Canaris. That was where my father had served loyally. His only reward had been injustice. Besides, the witch hunters, led by the Honourable Prelate Bolwyn, stalked the city with a heavy hand. Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin? Instead I went to a smirk that looks more like a painful grimace crosses her face. You can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Lastwall of all places. Imagine how well I was accepted into a country that's been battling the orcs of Beltson since its foundation. The Hold of Beltson. While orcs can be found throughout Galarian, nowhere else are they as plentiful or live in as densely populated settlements as in the Hold of Beltson. Beltson is an unforgiving wasteland filled with shrub bush, and steep mountains and uneven badlands, where water is scarce and is generally limited to the seasonal flood road. There were many like me there. They were all treated as second-class citizens. Treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distance. I took my vows, and the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single order would accept me into their ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors before I realized the simple truth. I serve Ayamade, not these people. I don't have to prostrate myself before them. So I left, as a paladin, but not a knight. Things are bound to be tough for your kind too. You belong to two different races, but neither is willing to embrace you as one of their own, are they? Half-elves. But at least relations between humans and elves aren't poisoned by centuries of mutual hatred. My god, you wouldn't have said that if it wasn't a half-elf. They say unique stuff for your race. It's so cool. We still want to play through again as a different race. How did you come to join a knightly order? I left last war and went travelling. The goddess guided me. My path led me to where atrocities were happening. I often fought in exchange for gold, but never for unworthy aims, of course. I wandered the river kingdoms for a few years, killing monsters and tracking down criminals. Sometimes I thought I was just wasting time. That was my true place, and my true place was in Canabris. But I pushed those thoughts away. I didn't even want to think about going back. But in the end, divine providence had brought me to my senses. It happened in Taimon. I was tracking a gang of bandits, which my employer suspected was a cover for Rasmuran spies. I managed to find their lair, but inside, I found something far more dangerous than spies. An unholy temple to Zon Uthan. Cultists of the god of pain. Vampires. When I broke in there, the cultists were about to sacrifice someone. A person who was destined to become my wife, Nevia. But that's another story. After I cut down the cultists, I examined their papers, and I couldn't believe my eyes. A network of evil cults had spread through all of Avestan, including Mendev. Worse, the documents clearly showed that their allies, the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth, had infested my native Canabris, or even among the ranks of the Paladins. After that, delaying my homecoming would be tantamount to desertion. Luckily, I was no longer alone. Nevia was as eager to destroy the cultists as I was. Nevia and I hurried to Canabris. We couldn't trust anyone. The papers indicated that the cultists had infiltrated everything. Luckily, I had some experience in investigation, and my beloved. The half-orc smiles warmly. She knew her way around working locks, tailing people, and trading information with the city's bottom feeders. Soon we'd defeated, alas, not the whole Hydra, but a few of its heads. You know who turned out to be the leader of the cultists? The commander of the Eagle Watch. Can you imagine? White prelate Holden was chasing witches through the city. The enemy had infiltrated the very order responsible for internal security. The scandal reached the ears of the Queen. At first she planned to disband the order in disgrace. Then she offered its command to me, and put its salvation in my hands. Of course, there was one small catch. I wasn't a knight, but I was made commander just the same, skipping the usual progression through the ranks. Queen. Made you straight to commander. Wow. The Queen, man. You get on her side, then you get the Queen's side. Religion check passed. You can't imagine the followers of Zon Kuthan in alliance with demon worshippers. Shouldn't they hate each other? They should. But Baphomet's minions are masters of deception. They manipulate Zon Kuthan's butchers as eagerly as Ayamade's knights. The cultists from that unholy temple didn't know the true face of their associates in Canabris. We ourselves learn the truth much later, to getting to the bottom of their nest. How did the people of Cannabis feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. I shouldn't have been so wary. Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced, as a rule. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight the demons. Apparently, the people were only suspicious of full-blooded orcs. There were already many like me here, and we don't have any problems. Though the locals do have their superstitions. Mendev is as merciless as Lastfall. They just have a different set of victims. I kept seeing those same sideways looks and scowls, hearing the familiar whispers. But where once they used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whisper in my ear and point at someone else. It's so strange to be on the other side of humiliation. To wipe the spit from your face, and suddenly be invited to change position and spit at someone else. You must have figured it out by now that I'm talking about tieflings. It's true there are many of them among the cultists, and few among our crusaders. And our fighters do all they can to drive them away. Drive away those who will be our allies. People shun them, call them a Rilu's spawn, worse. Because they chose to be born like that. I believe it's quite a feat to rise against the call of one's blood and join the forces of good. Still, most certainly see them as the enemy. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he wouldn't let a tiefling priest touch his wound. Alas, I haven't been able to change this all my time in Cannabis. Tieflings of demon blood. They're not all evil. Tell me about Unevia. I met in Thailand, and I was wandering aimlessly from one ordeal to another. We returned to Cannabis together to expose the temples of the Ivory Labyrinth. The day the Queen knighted me was the second happiest day of my life. The first was the day of our wedding. But Unevia isn't just my beloved, she's my staunchest ally. We share every victory and defeat. The best of me is alive, thanks to her. Thank you for saving her back then, the day Cannabis fell. Before her return, the only thing giving me the strength to protect the defender's heart was the hope that I'd see her again. We're in your debt. See you later, Beth. Go. May Yamade keep you safe. Yamade. Oh, have we spoken to everyone? Oh dear, oh my god, can we? Oh my god, my voice is gone. God. Sounds like it's been here 3 hours. We've got a tavern yet. Yeah, trying everyone up. And then night's just gone by. Surrender thy soul, Delvan. Yamade, protect us. I got you again. How many times is that today? Take your jokes and shove them, tiefling. Oh, easy there, chief. Don't hit me. Woljif, tiefling.
Tread lightly.
Delvin. Go ahead, don't take too long though.
Hey, Chief! Hey, Dreamboat, come over here! I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
The young tiefling sits cross-legged on the floor. Looks relatively calm for someone in shackles. With his tail whips back and forth in agitation, noticing your attention, the tiefling sits up and beckons you over.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
What do you want from me? Shadow, what was that?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
I think that voice. Yay. What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
Might go get a stealth person in this playthrough. Be good. Be interesting. Magical stealth person. Things.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
I can't help you while you're chained up here. How can I free you?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty-looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy, Woljif, locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
Alright, I'll talk to Irabeth.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
We'll talk later.
I'm gone.
This. Levers. Give it back to Irabeth then.
Follow
Irabeth, there's a tiefling chained up in the Defender's Heart. Can you tell me about him? Irabeth shrugs scornfully. Woljif is a petty thief from a gang of thieflings waiting in Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the Defender's Heart. But that's hardly a prison. Woljif knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? Irabeth squints at you thoughtfully and shrugs. If you want to recruit Woljif and put him to good use, go ahead and take him off our guards' hands. We can ill afford to let soldiers spend their days watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful. If you decide to take him along. Yeah. Some companions. It looks like you and me are going around. And then
Well, Chief, what do you got for me?
talk to you, Irabeth, and I decided to make you part of my troop. We'll see how it goes.
Ha! You must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin. Get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can you? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that big sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So, I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go, I'll show you the way.
Let's head out.
Okay. Save, and then what's that do? Dog, what do you do? That's one of these puzzles again, isn't it? Sorry.
Let us be careful.
They all died, my whole troop. The grizzled dwarf turns the blade in his calloused hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approaching, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod. New face in the city? It beats a good time to come to Canaveris. As you can see, we're in sore need of warriors. Why do you have a forge here? In the tavern yard? Where I am, that's where my forge is. True master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, of course. Now just a pile of charred stone and metal. But I've still got my hands, and that means I can work. You stole from Bane's brother? Yep, where he goes, I go. That's how we've always done it, even before the world ruled. I forge the armor, he goes into battle and breaks it. Brings it back to me, and I repair it, make it better than before. Things changed since then, of course. That part has stayed the same. I was starting to blame for the fall of Dresden. Told the story so many times already. Well, telling it one more time won't kill me. The blacksmith sighs. Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking, and that the demons' invasion would soon be at an end. The population of old Sarkoris was thoroughly diminished, and many of them hoped to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all our hopes, and on Mendev's ambitions, though you're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was! Can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Galfrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, a monument to its glory and a beacon of hope for all of Galarian. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and they came from all over. Taldor, Garand, Tianzi. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there, the banner that had been carried into battle by Iomade herself, back when she was still human. That banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside its walls. As long as the banner was in place, Dresden was invincible, or so we thought. Sword of Valor. The greatest Crusader relic, the Sword of Valor, the banner once carried to battle by Iomade herself. It's both a symbol and a powerful artifact, which emits an aura that blocks demon powers. However, the banner only works its way in righteous hands. Hidden from the eyes of believers, it loses its property. Just gonna be searching for that. Then the world wound suddenly expanded. The demons launched a new onslaught and folks started saying it was time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable, till one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, that his rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honeyed words about glory and valor, convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomade herself, and the poor fool believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorized foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds. But for some reason, the courageous ringleader was spared. The whole army teleported into Dresden. It was a bloodbath. Joran solemnly shakes his head. As you can guess, that officer was called Staunton Vane, and the woman turned out to be a demon. Not just any demon, it was Minago, that foul wretch. She's given us a lot of grief here in Canabris too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with that beast, why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. The blacksmith gestures as if to ward off the inevitable reprobation. Who could have guessed it would have ended like this? I failed my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day, looking at his plight. So that's the story. You know everyone in Canabris by sight? Well, not everyone, but I'm making my business to know the people who might need my services. Blacksmith's work isn't just at the anvil, you know. Show Radiance Joran. Hey, do you recognize this sword? Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. There's my brand, see? The dwarf carefully takes the sword in his hands, gazing at it like a doting father. Oh, Yaniel, things have been tough without you. At least you've still got your sword. That's something. John returns the sword to you. In battle, ordinary swords get blunted, they break. But sometimes a weapon can preserve. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not authority on these things. I'm no authority on these things, but something like an echo of the deeds done within that weapon. Or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul. I don't know. I will say one thing. Take care of that sword. Yaniel may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see that radiance. The scabbards were warned. Can't be having a fine sword like this being carried around in this tacky thing. I'll make you a new one if you like. The city stands strong and we both survive. Come see me again and I'll have it ready. No charge. Look for sale. Smasher, Earthquake Trident Hammer. Whenever this can get a critical hit, enemy must pass a Fortitude saving throw or lose 2 strength. It's their strength as well. Attrition Dagger. Once a round, when this +1 dagger lands a hit on an enemy, it deals them 1 Constitution ability damage. Cannot reduce the target's Constitution below 5. Reduces the max health. That's pretty good. Retainer, heavy crossbow. Whenever this +2 crossbow lands a hit, target must pass a Fortitude save or be knocked back and become slowed down. Merry-go-round. Player misses an attack. The next attack deals additional 1 to 6 bludgeoning damage, even if you miss the next attack. Pretty good. Your undead club. I hit chance against undead. And sonic damage. We can get a critical hit. 19 to 20. 19 or 20. Heals 2 to 8 damage to all enemies in a 10-foot radius. Item of Righteousness. Early damage. Acrid Sickle. What's the acid damage? Iron weapons, devastating blow from above. When you land a hit while mounted, it deals non-spear. So I want to play through this game again and just do like a mounted. It sounds so fun. You can buy your pet and to play through. Living Ram, medium armor. Cool, medium armor. 3 max dexterity, 7 armor, and 3 max dexterity. Never use charge and manage to hit them. deal additional damage and chance of knocking him down. If so, when you charge and you hit him and click save. Helmet grants aware 3 damage reduction in melee. Oh damn, not bad. He's not doing perception. Don't think, actually. Quiver called ammunition. Yeah, that got used up, didn't it? I think in the previous one it was per day. This is actually like basically got unlimited arrows in this game, haven't you? But it's like we're gonna have to buy that. Golden Archer. Yeah, probably gonna have to do that.
Tread lightly. I'm gone.
I've heard an army's on its way here from Nereus you. This place has been sanctified. It can protect the area around it from the corruption of the abyss. What the dog? Dog, get down!
Let us bide our
What are you doing up
time.
there? Dog, dog, you're getting all your muddy paws all over the papers. No, dog.
Follow my steps.
for everyone then. You're gonna be able to do anything against demons though if I don't get that ammo. If I can get it then. Expensive though. Eldritch Scoundrel. Students of arcane magic. In stealth. The Eldritch Scoundrels are a rare breed of adventurer, most commonly found seeking lost and valuable arcane writings in the ruins of fallen empires. Is chaotic neutral. No honor among thieves. As the descendants of demons, tieflings are not the most respected or trusted of Mendel's citizens. Put it mildly. However, a few minutes in conversation with Wolfjift is enough to see that it isn't prejudice working against this particular tiefling. It is his puddle-deep personality, his membership of one of Mendel's biggest thief gangs, and his chronic inability to stick to anything, even his own principles. Wolfjift sees Neil purely as a convenient way to solve a few of his problems. At least, for now. Stealth and trickery. Yeah. Knives. Yeah, daggers. I want to do a fight. I want to do a stealth assassin. That'd be good. Yeah, I'll do that in my last playthrough. Kingmaker. This class like. Okay, got some spells. Inscribed scrolls. Double slice. Your offhand weapon while dual wielding strikes with greater power. Add your strength bonus to damage rolls. With the offhand weapon. Loads of dexterity and loads of intelligence. Whoa. Interesting. And add your strength bonus for 0. Cool. Party. Neutral. Be fine. I feel like he's gonna betray us at some point. Then redeem him. Like, then go on the fight still. He's not like, yeah. I was thinking I'm gonna have a stealthy person. Perception. Attack. The character can catch an opponent while he is unable to defend himself effectively from her attack. Being struck with a vital spot for extra damage. And when the character flanks her target, extra damage. This character's attack deals extra damage when the character flanks a target. This extra damage is 1d6 and increases by 1d6 at later levels. haven't really done much stealth yet. I don't know if we tried it out, to be honest. I've never really tried anything like that. Feature says at 3rd level, a rogue gains a +1 bonus on reflex saves to avoid traps and +1 dodge bonus to armor against traps. Pointless. Fine. Weakening wound. Making a sneak attack against a creature that has damage reduction, like demons. Character's attack reduces that damage reduction for 2 rounds by an amount equal to the character's level. Wow. That's pretty good. You can do sneak attacks on demons, and then our weapons work. Dog would be more effective, I think. And spells as well, maybe? We've got evasion. You can craft scrolls or scribe scrolls. Scribe scrolls? Perhaps? Just be craft scroll then. Go with daggers with him. Yeah, I remember Dios 2 years. So, Rogue. He was quite fun. I know we've done that before. I don't know why. Sneak attack. Finesse training dagger. Whenever the rogue makes a successful melee attack with a dagger, they add their dexterity modifier, 20 dexterity, instead of their strength to the damage roll. Any effect would prevent the rogue from adding her strength modifier to the damage roll. She does not add her dexterity modifier. Finesse training. They got 2 weapon fighting. Penalties and attack rolls for fighting with 2 weapons is reduced. Normal, if you wield a second weapon in your offhand, you can get 1 extra attack per round with that weapon. But when you fight this way, you suffer -6 penalty with your regular attack. -10 penalty to the attack with your offhand. Double slice. Your offhand weapon while you're wielding strikes with greater power. Isn't that any strength there? Got 0 strength bonus. What the fuck? Does intelligence really? 13 intelligence is main stuff. Debilitating injury at bottom whenever a rogue deals sneak attack damage to a foe. And your sneak attack can debuff the enemy for 1 round. They can pick which thing: bewildered, disoriented, or hampered. These penalties do not stack with themselves, but additional attacks that deal sneak attack damage extend the duration by 1 round. Duration can be extended, more sneak attacks, but you can't only set for one default at a time. If they heal as well, though, penalty is removed. Bewildered. Take penalty, we lose some armor. Against all attacks made by the rogue. Wow, I'm only up 10th level and 16th level. Increases by -2. Total maximum -8. Disoriented. Target takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls. They get -2 armor against anyone. They get another -2 armor against just the rogue. And even less armor against the rogue at high levels, but it's only -2 against everyone else. Usually that is going to be after the tank then. The enemy. Hopefully. So you probably just want to do bewildering on this one. Increase the hit chance of the rogue against the target versus reduce their hit chance on the rogue. Yeah, looks some bewildered. But doing the other one could be good on enemies that do a lot of damage without going after our tank struggling. Help tank out a little. Advanced talents. Yeah, well, anyway, I like him, I think. Danger sense. It's sort of... It's trap, that's... Warding traps. I mean, all of that is just kind of pointless though, I think. Danger sense. It seems pointless to me, but if you get hit by a trap, you're probably gonna die in hard difficulty. Insta kill. It's like death magic traps, just insta kill everyone. But I'm gonna go with Paladin and then just level up. I just don't know what to do with this general positive energy though. She gets immunity to fear is good. Find that boss, the first boss, she got feared. Don't want that to over. After that, I kinda like some of this stuff, but I don't know. Positive energy seeds. 8th level, she's immune to charm spells. Well, those are immunities, isn't it? Damage with good reduction against evil enemies. This just goes down this route. So it could do something else. Yeah, before. What the hell? What the hell? What? We'll go down Paladin route with that, I think. Level 3. What's the name about that? What's the energy there? Why is she going to do that? Let's get some buff. What are we doing now again? Shit. Let's do the intimidation with demons. And then we want ability. She needs a certain amount of ability to get other skills, I think. So much what to get from her. Decided yet. Teamwork feats. Coordinated maneuvers, tandem trip. Needs trip. Tandem trip. Can get trip. So you don't have intelligence. And someone else to get trip. Probably him. Thief. Yeah, help dog trip the enemy. She can't do that. Strike and seize the moment. Combat mobility. Heavy armor focus. Armor focus. C. Combat mobility. AC. Against attacks of opportunities. Opportunity. Maybe not so much. Not so much anything. Die hard is good. Probably least important. After 0 points. There are 4 teamwork feats. Which means 5 of the feats left. Don't do any fighting today. Tomorrow. Lure the dog in today and then still decide what we're doing. That's it. Defense on her. Defense. She can't send anyone else. Heavy armor focus. Gain immunity to gaze attacks. Blind fight. Immunity to gaze attacks. Seize a moment, we need combat reflexes. If you want, I mean. When we get these feats. Cornigan Smash. Intimidating prowess. Add your strength to your intimidation checks. On Earth to be do some scaring of the demons. She's not scared by it. She's immune to fear. I want her to scare demons. I want to see if that's possible. We'll try it. No will saving. No will saving. Power attack is required for Cornigan Smash. Dreadful Carnage. Killing an enemy has a chance of scaring them as well. But Dazzling Display. Dazzling Display. Shatter Defense as well. Letting an enemy demoralize your other nearby foes. Shake it off. Saving throws. Teamwork feat, yellow. Saving throws. Jason Paladin. Tower shield proficiency. Requisites has an animal companion. What? Why has animal companion a prerequisite? What the hell? only so many feats. I want them all. Tandem trip also requires combat reflexes. I tried to trip in the same target. Free hit when ally quits your target. Seize the moment seems awesome. Precise strike. Higher hit chance against the same target. Always respect if I realise some of these didn't work together. I'm not gonna be able to get these things in if I want to do some toughness stuff, like armor stuff, armor focus. Precise strike. Armor one, missile shield. Once per round, can deflect an arrow. So that's good as well. I got 3 feats left. Oh god. Tandem trip. Get tandem trip going. Oh yeah, here we go. Crusade starting. Can't get tandem trip, don't you? High trip. Please come back to TC1. Another beat slot. Tandem trip. Something else like tandem trip. Another melee person. Tandem trip with some other person. Play. Okay, so we know that. Coordinated maneuvers though, can get. Help dog trip enemies though. Mercy. Chicken. Fatigue as well. Power shield proficiency. Not gonna do that. Tower shield proficiency. What's dazzling display and shatter defense again? Carnage requires dazzling display. Dazzling display requires a weapon focus. Carnage requires dazzling display. I just don't think we're gonna get. go with corner gun smash though. Go with corner gun smash. Power attack has a chance of scaring enemies. So we've got power attack, then you can get corner gun smash after that, which requires power attack. When you land a power attack, chance of scaring the enemies. Intimidating prowess, use your strength to increase your intimidating chance. And precise strike, high hit chance against the same target as fighting the enemy, as your allies. I'm not gonna get any more. Free hit when an ally quits your target. Opportunity. We give some of these to another melee person. Melee person that or Jiff can maybe help dog trip enemies, and she can just focus on more armor. Scaring enemies. Oh my god, I need to plan this all out. I need to plan everything before I make it, before I don't do anything. I think we guys gonna go down his class. It's interesting. Athletics and mobility and perception. Wisdom modifier. Weird. Class is weird. It's a mix. It's like, are you an archer or are you melee? Yeah. Just don't know what to do. It's not doing anything. Do that, where's the oxygen? I don't know. But if we do it wrong, can't change it. Get respect. They do this. Focused in dazzling display on her. ability and make sure is that's it, and you do that and then reliate. teamwork feats. Point blank shot required for snapshot. Let's get close with the range. Look at that weight. Special squares within your melee reach. Let's get the ranged guy up close as well. Really dangerous. Stay extended behind them. Improved snapshot. That's an additional 5 feet. And then you set an additional 5 feet again. Additionally, whenever you make an attack of opportunity, gain +2 to damage roll and increased critical hit chance. These bonuses increase to +4 when you have a base hit chance of 16. +6 when you have base hit chance +20. Oh my god. Might go snapshot with him. Get up close with the ranged weapon because as a level up, I'm going to stay a little further away. Make attacks of opportunity. Threaten them. Get it. Translated anyway. Starting out close. Get improved snapshot straight away. Need to do more planning still. Start getting teamwork feats now then maybe? Got combat reflexes. Get seize the moment. fly gets a critical hit, gets an opponent that you also threaten, and one when you're up close, and he's up close, you can make an attack of opportunity against that opponent. And when you hit down him and dog, and even if he's far away, shooting his bow and arrow, it's a critical hit, dog gets a free hit. He gets a free hit, dog gets a free hit. Doing that before I'm starting to play. Makes it OP. And what feats they're gonna take. These are the side first. First up